A ver, probando, probando. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Vamos a ver qué es lo que nos trae el día de hoy. Ahorita les voy a mostrar en un momento más. Ok, probando, probando. Creo que se escucha bien ahí ya. Vamos a ver, vamos a pasar a la escena de captura. Wow. Y funcionando, excelente. Ahora la luz está un poco... podría estar mejor, pero también estamos teniendo tengo un detalle ahí con el posicionamiento. Más que nada porque la lámpara que me provee la luz, estoy tratando de encontrar cómo posicionarla mejor. So yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble with the positioning of the lamp. I'm trying to figure out how to position it better. I'm already getting a couple of ideas, but at least for now, this is what we're gonna pair with for now. By the way, I am a few things. Let me see. First of all, where is my decoration, please? Okay. Nice. All right. Now we got something in the back. Why not? Let's see now. The idea today is to paint the Darkest Dungeon miniature. You recall, or may recall, we were about to paint this beautiful miniature, and I'm not gonna put too much effort right now into making sure that the camera is catching up everything, because we're gonna move to the next side. We're gonna move to the airbrush. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something here that is not getting place, and I don't know why. There we go. So yeah, so let's go to the airbrush side and let's see how it goes. Épale, Angelito, ¿cómo andas? A ver, vamos a pasarnos a pintar, a hacerles un Zenithal, es decir, vamos a agarrar pintura blanca y la vamos a sprayar por acá por arriba. Y eso va a generar como una especie de luz, una especie de luz direccional. Y esto va a quedar genial para generar sombras, o para dejar sombras, mejor dicho. Así que sí, vamos a pintar. So yeah, let's move to the next section and let's see. Por cierto, ¿cómo se escucha, by the way? How is the microphone? Le puse un ratillo ahí de esfuerzo y según yo ya se debería escuchar bastante mejor. No debería tener tanto eco, debería escucharse claro, debería escucharse pues, balanceado. ¿Es así o no me escucho? Cierto, vamos a mover un poco la cámara porque voy a necesitar el teclado para esta parte. Un segundo. Muy bien, ahí está mejor ya. Y lo que vamos a hacer ahora es, voy a mover la cámara. Vamos a mover la otra cámara también para la sección de airbrush y nos ponemos a pintar. So right now, let's move everything to the airbrush section and let's get to tratar de acercar un poco la cámara más que la vez pasada, porque la vez pasada noté que estaba bastante lejos. Aunque complicado. Un poco complicado más que nada porque hay muchos cables de por medio y muchas cosas que torcer y mover. Pero, es lo que les digo, hay muchas cosas que torcer y mover aquí. Y fácilmente se puede desconectar una cámara o algo ya. So it's pretty easy to get a camera disconnected or something like that. The good news is that I think we got it down. So give me a second and I'll reconnect the camera. A ver, de momento yo ahorita reconecto la cámara. Okay. Probablemente. Vamos. Creo de hecho que está el posicionamiento está perfecto. Sin querer, pero quedó perfecto. Nada más para asegurarme, Angelito, ¿me escuchas? Vamos a hacer la prueba. Yo mismo voy a hacer la prueba de No vaya a ser, no vaya a ser. I'm just gonna do a test to see if I can hear myself. All right, I can hear myself. That's the important thing. Ok, vamos a dejar esto minimizado. Por cierto, tenemos resoluciones, ni siquiera me fijé. Excelente resolución. Es todo lo que necesito. Muy bien, me muevo de nuevo. Vamos a mover la cámara también. Esta camarita se va para acá conmigo. Hola, hola. Oh, un poco oscuro. Sí, necesito más de luz, ¿verdad? Let's give me some more light. Ahí está, un poquito mejor. I think that's a tiny bit better, right? Um, how far do I need to move the camera? Okay, yeah, I think that's good enough. Oh, I didn't realize it. Sorry about that. Okay. Minimize things. I have a lot of things on the screen right now. Tengo demasiadas cosas en pantalla. A ver. Ok, ahora sí, veamos. Vamos a pintar todas estas figuras que tenemos aquí. Esa imaginación se ve un poco verde. Or we see these things a little bit green. A ver. Veamos. Esto. De hecho, sí se mira medio. ¿Soy yo o sí se mira medio verdoso realmente? Pero vamos a. Creo que es suficiente. Se mira suficientemente bien. Creo que el verde que estoy mirando en realidad es. En realidad es por. En realidad es nada más porque hay verde en el suelo. Pero ustedes dirán, ustedes me dicen si se mira raro, si se mira bien o si se mira mal. Ok, vamos a dejar caer el zoom a todo lo que da. Vamos a agarrar nuestro airbrush. Vamos a poner un poco de pintura blanca. Vamos a poner a trabajar. Voy a jalar de hecho la. Lo quería moverla un poquito hacia adelante porque cuando le vemos la figura, obviamente es así. Vamos a aprovechar y vamos a tomar el autofocus. Vamos a dejar manual para que no se esté moviendo ahí. Está perfecto. Vamos a ponernos algo de protección, un poquito de guantes. Por cierto, ahora que tengo un monitor aquí, puedo mover esto por acá. Now that I can actually have a monitor, I can actually just move the monitor here. It's so nice to actually have a monitor next to me. Now I can actually see what you see really easily, really quickly. So that's great. Okay, let's see. Side. Right. Cool. This is where I'll leave it. Perfect. Okay, let's get some paint. Airbrush. I think the compressor is on. Entonces, vamos a ver. Wait a second. Yeah, this glove was the other way. A small difference, but you can tell. So let me just bring all of the minis over here and work. Oh yeah, by the way, So, how far can I get the monitor? Because it's still a bit out of my reach. Oh, that's perfect. Ah, it's so good. Now I have like the monitor right here. Awesome, because now I can see the chat and everything. Épale, Alex, ¿qué onda? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Me escuchas? ¿Se escucha bien? ¿Se escucha correcto? ¿Se escucha raro? Según yo debería escucharse lo mejor que se ha escuchado en toda nuestra historia. Con este micrófono. A ver, necesitamos pensar un poquito en cuáles van a ser nuestros colores base. Tengo los colores base ya de hecho guardados por acá, déjame los traigo. Ok, a ver, aquí tengo los colores, o al menos las ideas para los colores que vamos a utilizar. Déjenme, se los voy a poner. Bueno, de momento todavía no. Ya que empezamos a pintar uno por uno, les voy a mostrar los colores que ideé, el esquema de colores que ideé al menos. A ver, Alex, cuéntame, ¿cómo andas? ¿Cómo anda todo por allá? So I have the color scheme already here for me, ready, and I'm going to be using it. I'm going to be using it. So let me get my mask. Let's get some paint. I'm going to be using white, like white. Vamos a utilizar blanco, pero blanco, para tratar de crear contraste y luego vamos a poner un poquito en puntos clave. So we're going to try to do a good zenithal, and then we're going to use like a little bit lighter just to create volumes and neat tones. Like. Ahora, nada más para mencionar, déjame ver, no estoy viendo los mensajes de respuesta. Si es porque no me están respondiendo o porque... Ah, ok. Que no hay mensajes, ok. Sí, porque cuando alguien me llega y pregunta y ya no veo que responden, me paniqueo, oye, porque sería la primera vez que tú dices eso de que deja de mostrar mensajes de repente. Ok, tengo captura, vamos a poner un poquito de agua nada más para, para hidratar literalmente. Y me gusta hacer eso solamente por tema de que nunca caiga pintura completamente a un lugar completamente que hay un poquito de para, para que, no sé, siento que mejores posibilidades, aunque sea un poquito de se pegue. Vamos a poner varias botas aquí. Vamos a pintar varias figuras, así que vamos a poner una buena cantidad. So we're gonna paint quite a few minis. I'm gonna put no. Lo voy a tener en el cabinet para que no se me pierda. So, mask. Hey, Beto, how are we doing? All right, I think we are done. Let's give it a quick look at all the miniatures. Sorry about that. Let's give it a look at all the miniatures and see how they ended up looking. First, I tried to do different directions of light. For example, this girl has a book and the book is holy, so some of the light is emanating from the book itself and is lighting up the side of her face. It's creating all those natural shadows, like all the shadows that you see in the face, they are the black paint that was underneath from the previous stream. So you can tell that the eyes are completely blackened, like they are under a shadow. So I don't even need to paint the eyes black because they already have the natural shadow. Then we have this nice blend. So the idea is that you simulate, like light is very much, it can be treated, I guess, as a liquid. And that's why if you put your airbrush, and you just throw paint from a single direction or kind of a single direction, you can do an effect that is kind of like, okay, this is where the light is hitting it, and everywhere where the paint is not hitting, the light will not hit. And you can tell because as soon as you turn, you can tell that, oh yeah, the light is not reaching here. Like there is an intense light coming from this side and it's not reaching in the back. You can tell that everything in the back, except for a few main details, didn't catch on the light that is coming. And you can also tell that there is because it's an airbrush, if you do it carefully, and I'm not sure I managed to do that very well, but if you do it carefully, there is a gradient. There is a level of gradient. You can work on how harsh you want the contrast from light to not light. And in this case, I did a little bit of effort to make this, like these two pieces of armor, to be whiter, like much whiter than the rest, because it's a metal. So I want it to be like more reflective. And then the cloth gets a little bit of light, and then it goes to dark again. So I think it looks good. I think it captures the essence. You can also see that the light is coming, like it doesn't reach certain areas from below. You can see a lot of black and dark under it. That's on purpose because shadows, right? I was very happy with this. Like the eyes in this are super cool. Then this is the last one I painted. This one, the Crusader is using a Holy Scroll, and the Holy Scroll is shining, and the Holy Scroll is the source of light. So you can tell that from this direction where the Holy Scroll is positioned, everything is light. But as soon as you turn around, that light fades, and it's almost like everything on the opposite side of this scroll, which is emanating light, is dark. And you can still see that there is some light catching on onto the helmet that is coming from the front. So I think it's a good job. It's very I try to be very contrasty on purpose, because I want the color change to be very, very strong. And also, when we put paint on top of that, we're gonna put some color paint on top of that. The colors are going to you know, they're going to muffle a lot. They're gonna be brighter on the light side, but not that bright. So let's see how that looks. And because we're going to paint all of that by brush, the consistency of the brush is a little bit tricky, so you need to be very careful. Let's see. Then we have the combo of this guy on his form of the abomination. The abomination, same. Light is hitting from this side. Get a lot of nice shadows against his chains and against his trinkets. There is some light catching onto the knee, the feet, the chain as well. And you can tell that on the other side, everything is darkness. And also, the face is getting some light on the side, but the eyes remain dark. I really, really like that. And then the monster form of the abomination. This one, because this kind of like a werewolf motif. What I did is I simulated the light from the top, like as if it was like the moonlight, right? So then you can see the light hitting all the way from the top in this guy. You can see shadows on the pants, on the underpart, the under of the arms, under the arm, sorry. And then in the arms, like the light is soft. I try to make the transition softer here in some points, because I want to highlight, like, look at those freaking huge muscles. Look at those muscles. They are huge, and the way that the light hits and them, it just makes them look even stronger. I really like this. Then we have one of my favorite, the Occultist. The Occultist is doing a ritual, a dark ritual, and on the top, this thing is emanating light. So of course, the light is coming from right on the top, and you can see that everything from the top is the brightest, and then it starts to fade a little bit. The fade was not perfect, but at least from what I see, this is the whitest part, and then it should go a little bit less white. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but because it's coming from the top, it made a perfect job of highlighting the nose, the mustache, and the beard, and the eyes are under the brows, and that means black eyes, like dark eyes, shadow eyes. Look at that. Those are Darkest Dungeon eyes. I love it. It's so good. It's so good because it's not that the actual shadow is causing that. It's just that the paint and the combination of white and black is giving that quote unquote shadow. It's an effect that it worked really well. So good. You can see it on the under the hands. So you see the hands that are on the top, they are very light, and on the other side they are dark. Not super dark, but they are darker. So good. And then of course in the back there is still light, because the light is coming all the way from the top, so it's bathing the character light. Still, there is some gradients. There are some parts that are darker than the others. There are some natural shadows. I love it. And then two of my favorite damage dealers, just because they are so dynamic. We got the grave robber, and the bounty hunter. And in this case, you see that they have opposite light. They have the light hitting them from different sides, and it's because this girl is getting the light from this side. This guy is getting the light this side. Why? Because their poses are opposite. They are different. They're very different in the pose. And I didn't want to just give them the same light, because if I I baited this guy in the same light from the same direction, I think that most of these details will have been immediately lost. It did, however, you can see the scales. There is like a little white and there's dark under each of the scale. And so instead, the light is hitting from this side. So we have that weapon highlighted, half of the helmet highlighted, and we still managed to get the eyes inside the helmet dark. Actually, this guy got most of his face obscured. That's fine. The energy is coming because he has a helmet, so the eyes are not that important. But we need to see the silhouette of the helmet, and we need to see the silhouette of the character doing something. Like that's why this and this are they have a directional light from the side rather than just from the top, or at least that's how it works on my eyes, right? Then we have our favorite muscle mommy in Darkest Dungeon, I guess. This is the Helion. The Helion is getting a top left direction, well, top right, I guess, I don't know, depending how you see it, but it's from the top and the side. The light is hitting it from there to highlight the heroic pose that she is doing, the heroic jump and attack that she is doing, while getting a lot of the details retained. There is some light still hitting her from in her front, but most of, because she is lounging forward, most of the light underneath, like everything underneath her, is shadow. Then on this side, it's where most of the shadow, the heavy shadows are. But there is a lot of light on from the top, create shadows underneath. This is alright. The black eyes are still conserved, although because the weapon is right on top of her, I didn't want to go too heavy with the white paint on her face. The weapon will, from this side, the weapon will be kind of generating most of the shadows, or will be blocking the light better. Then we have the highwayman. For the highwayman, the gun is shooting, so the source of light is coming from the side of the gun. So that's why the light is coming from this side, hitting him from right in the face, right in front. And you can see that in this case, I was much happier with the gradient, because you can actually tell that, okay, there's a lot of light coming from this, boom, and you can see how the light fades on the side of that. And this, I think that this is very appropriate for a gunshot, but like a loud, flashy gunshot. And then on the opposite side, then you get darkness, shadows, with a little bit of a gradient. I was very happy with this one. And of course, black eyes. Then we have this guy is the plague doctor. This girl, sorry, it's a girl. I keep forgetting it. It's a girl. And because it's a big flowy robe and a beak, I thought it was natural to have the light hitting it from a place where half of the beak and the hood under light, then the other half shadowy. Like the beak got a little bit more light because it's round, while the hood is a bit more pointy, so it managed to catch on more light on the beak. And under the hood, you can see the round glasses. Actually, we're gonna have to paint those monocles or glasses underneath to pop. You can actually see them because they are hidden. I mean, it's on purpose. Like the shadow that it generates. Look at that. The shadow under the hood is perfect. It's flawless, and it's mostly, I mean, it's natural right here, but it's also accentuated a lot by the actual darkness inside, like the black color inside. Once again, the light is coming from the side, and you can see that there's a little gradient. Good enough. And the last two minis, Jester. I don't remember if it's Jester is sliding backwards towards a source of light. You can see that the light is hitting hard from here. and half of his face, because he has a mask, half of his face is catching light and the other half isn't. And the half that is catching light, dark eyes, the instrument is bathed in light while everything underneath shadow generated by the instrument itself. And finally we have the Arbalest. The Arbalest, she's getting the light from the top because she has a little bit of armor and a lot of like the using her equipment. The light, I wanted the light to hit from the top, so everything under shadow, basically everything under shadow. And because her armor has a lot of curvatures in the shoulders, in the chest, the light, the way that the light is hitting, creates very nice shading that accentuates the form of the armor and the figure. Then from the back, you see a little bit of light seeping in, a radiant, not too much. And the hair, I really like how the hair still catch some shadows underneath, and it's not just all white. And that's going to be helpful when we're painting, because we're going to try to give the hair a little bit of texture, not just a single color. All right, that done. Time to move to the painting section, painting area. And the way we're going to do that is, I'm thinking we could do it in two ways. We could use contrast paint, and that's going to look really cool. But the problem with the contrast paint is that it struggles a lot with darker areas. Contrast paints struggle a lot with that. In the other hand, if I go with regular like thicker paints, they may just like the gradient simply disappear. So we're gonna do contrast paints and let's see how it goes. Let's try at least in one of the miniatures how it looks. And I already have the color schemes ready. Yeah, I think we got a great start with Beto. So let's move to the left side of the painting station, and let's start looking at the color scheme that I already prepared. And of course that means that I have to move the camera manually. I know, maybe we should get a fourth camera. Come on now. That's a bit too many cameras, okay? Yes. Okay, let me move the camera now. By the way, how's the sound, Beto? Is it better than the last time? I believe it is, but I need the confirmation. Oh yeah, by the way, I still have a lot of white paint here. And it's not good to waste paint. So I'm thinking that maybe I can prime some. All right, so I have a couple of minis here, and I would prefer to not throw away that paint. I'm gonna take the opportunity. Let's paint these guys. Like, look at this guy. You have seen Jujutsu Kaisen? You know who this guy is? If not, don't worry about it. What we're gonna do now is we're going to, some parts can still fall off like that, and I believe that we can just paint the whole figure in white, and then we can do an opposite Zenithal. Can I have too many cameras? No, I can't. Maybe I should have an overhead camera, a side camera like this camera here. Maybe I should have a 360 camera that is moving around all the time. Maybe I should have a camera that goes all around the house. Yeah, the hair is gonna be interesting. Actually, the hair comes in arts, precisely because it could be difficult to paint. But when you create automatic shadows, like in the same way that we did we did before, uh, and you put paint that flows, it's going to paint both the dark and the dark and the light side. Sorry, and then it's going to generate its own. It's going to create its own gradient of colors, and it looks really cool. But let's see. Let's just move away all of these minis because I don't want them to get additional paint more than what I already give them. This is me just not wanting to waste. I wasn't even planning on that. But also, we have this guy. This is a chaplain, kind of like it's like the chaplain of each of the artist ships. And usually, what that means is that they are like the spiritual guide of the chapter. They are there to ensure that everyone is still following, the good word of the God Emperor, and also to execute anyone that is suspected of heresy. Basically, they are very powerful psychers, very powerful mages that have their job is to ensure that everyone is in line. Right? Just maybe a little bit too much, maybe a little bit too much white on it, but it's fine. I managed to capture a lot of, or to keep a lot of the shadows. So for this guy, I'm gonna put it in his face. I'm gonna try to not. I'm gonna try to not. I mean, this guy is just gonna be entirely painted. Not a big. It's not a problem. Chris, I just remember that I have a spinny thing right underneath this paper bag. So this actually rotates already on its own. I didn't need to do the rotation by hand. I'm just moving now the miniatures on the other side, just to avoid knocking them over or something. Right, how are we doing on paint? Oh, we're almost done. Almost finished with the paint. And yeah, that guy, that chaplain, has its own halo. Right, on with your brush. Elenita, ¿cómo estás? And Rusty, welcome, welcome. So we're just finishing painting something because I didn't want to waste paint. But this is not really what we're painting today. We're painting something else. It's just that I want to ensure that I didn't waste any paint. And this was about the as much paint as I was going to need. Now you may know this character, or maybe you won't. Maybe you will recognize him. It's a very popular character from a very popular anime. We're gonna be painting him after, not on this session. Hey, Brush me running senpai. Rusty, how are we doing, man? How is everything over there? I'm in a bit of a pickle now because I cannot touch anything and I cannot drop anything. I just need to leave things there. Well, I guess I can. Maybe. Oh. Alright, that works. I'm gonna leave that there to dry, and then we're gonna move to the other side of the desk. A ver, vamos a movernos al otro lado de la mesa. And by that I mean I'm gonna move the camera to the other side of the table. That one of the mix, eh? That's a nice. Okay, let's see. Camera as well. Camera comes with me. Now this is going to be set something like that. Let's see. Now I have, because I have a monitor right here, I can actually see chat and everything and how the light looks like. All right. Now I just need to just a little bit of light because it's too much light. All right, maybe. There we go. That's all right. That works, right? That looks okay. Or maybe like this. Huh? What do you think? I think that looks okay. Now I think I'm gonna send my desk down a little bit. I'm gonna sit. I've been standing for quite a long time. It's time to sit. Just looking at the cables because I just set up a bunch of new things. Don't want to break anything. Okay, let's see if the height is correct. Oh, perfect height. All right, cool. Now let me just bring a couple of trolley cards. And now I'm just doing a quick cleanup of the airbrush because of course we don't want it to clog later. A ver, ¿quién llegó? Wait, who's that? Who's that? A ver, ¿quién llegó? Wait, all right. See? Oh, that was you, Rusty, huh? Oh no, it was Elenita. Let's see. Elena uses the cat vibing, and I was just joining. Yes, I can see that now. My bad. I'm trying to get used to having like stream attention again. You know, looking at that, looking at the paint, looking at the chat and all that. It's been just so long since I stream seriously. It's a practice. It's a process. By the way, Rusty, did you see my shirt? This shirt, did you see it last time? Into the fires of battle, onto the anvil of war. Went to a local Comic-Con. I'm near with a friend and ended up buying more models for your Penguinsters army. That's pretty cool. But wait, what is the Penguinsters army? What is that about? I think this needs a little bit of water. Maybe. Let's get, first of all, let's get up. Get the going to share the design that I have to window capture. It's going to be for, do I have a Windows capture? I have one somewhere. Yeah, window capture. And let's, I'm gonna share with you. Oh, interesting. I cannot share the images. I cannot share the photos. Oh no, yeah, yes I can. If it works. There we go. Okay, and now I'm going to show it to you. All right, so right here, you're going to be able to see the color schemes that I came up with. And we're going to look at one by one. I tried to pick different colors for each of the characters, so they will like be noticeably different, right? And we're going to be painting one by one. So let's give it a look at these guys. I would like to start with let's see. I would like to start with this girl. I'm thinking that we're gonna give her a red paint in the face. We're gonna need mostly blackish and grayish and bluish colors, and the face paint is gonna be red. Maybe three lines. I don't know. What do you think? Penguin Lannisters, Penguinsters. Oh, so wait, is that like a anthropomorphized Game of Thrones, like anthropomorphized animals Game of Thrones? ¿Como Shoto? No estoy seguro. A ver, wait, I don't know who Shoto is, and I don't have my keyboard to search here. Por cierto, ¿cómo está el audio? Estuve trabajando mucho para que el micrófono se pudiera quedar en un solo lugar y me pudiera mover alrededor del escritorio y que se siguiera escuchando bien, pero no sé cómo lo escuchan ustedes. By the way, how is the audio quality? I did a lot of work to try and get the microphone in a single place so you could always hear me irrespective of where I was in the desk. And I want to think that that's working. Aunque me aleje, se escucha bien. Excelente, ok. Por cierto, ¿quién es Shoto, Elenita? Take a look in general English on Discord. Let me see, I have Discord. So I just installed a new monitor here in front of the desk, and it's connected to the computer, but the other two monitors are a little bit further away. But now I am seeing it. I see. Wait, so is this like there is? I assume that this is like a series, like there are armies with different animal motifs, right? Or they are different animal armies, and in your case you are flavoring them as Lannisters, right? My Hero Academia. I haven't seen that. No, no he mirado esa serie todavía, Arenita. Supongo que voy a tener que echarle ojo. Pero sí, unas 2 o 3 líneas. I want to do 2 or 3 like red lines, like face paint on her, just to reflect. And let me see, where is she? So the idea, and let me see if the zoom is right, because I don't think it's gonna be. The idea is okay. So the idea is for the, let me just the camera because not necessarily on the, there we go. There we go. So the idea is to get this girl to be, oh wow, the camera is very crooked like that. So the idea is to get this girl, and I'm going to paint like maybe 2 or 3 red lines in her face. Fonsi. They're mostly for model agnostic games like One Page Rules and Kings of Wars. Ah, I see. Well, they're very cool. What do you think, Rusty? Like, look at this. I was doing some Zenithal highlighting, and I was very happy with a few of them. Like, for example, this guy with his Holy Scroll. He is, and maybe the light is a bit strong. To dim it down just a tiny bit. Oh, but this guy is like, he has a Holy Scroll that is shining all in his armor, and then you get the darkness, the shadows that are generated from a strong light, and there's a little bit of gradient there. We're gonna be playing a lot with that. Also, The highwayman, I really like how the highwayman came up because he's shooting from his gun, so that's kind of like the source of light. You can tell that all the light is coming from the front as well. Then from the back, you can immediately see where the light is not getting. Okay, so let's start the painting. As I said, I already have a few color schemes. Let me just position them all around. And let's start painting. Maybe instead of painting the Helion, maybe I can paint someone else. I love the Emperor Penguin on his sledge. Wait, Emperor Penguin, let me see. Oh, yeah. That's so cool. I thought he was just like sitting there, but I didn't realize he was being like I didn't realize that it was not just a throne, but it's a sledge. Sledgehammer. Yeah, why is that sledgehammer called sledgehammer? Is it because it makes everything slide out? A ver, vamos a empezar. Tweet, tweet. Yeah, I know where that comes from. I know. So, color schemes. Let's see. I'm gonna put it somewhere here so I can see it. So this color scheme with green, I think it will be good to make it a bright green, but not too bright. Let's see. What do we have? Teal tan, which is like a vibrant green, kind of. See, I have this green. What do you think? I'm talking about this Plague Doctor, because this is not super bright actually. Okay, on the whitish part, where's the Plague Doctor? The white part is going to look like very vibrant, and on the darkest part is going to look black. like black is going to look, because and we're going to need a few layers of this, because this is contrast paint, and that means that it's going to basically be transparent on the black side. Still, we can use that as a one, maybe two layers, and then maybe we can do some edge highlighting or something like that. Let's see how it comes out. Let's see how it turns out, because honestly, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. I'm just trying some experiments. I can see that with the camera now. I can see that there were a few. Like there's a lot of spotty white. It's fine. It's not a problem. Now what I'm going to smaller. You can still see it. Oh, perfect. I can still see it, and I can still see chat. Let's see. The beak is going to be kind of a skull color, almost white. I think Raidbone is going to look really nice. Something like that. And what we're gonna do with the eyes. The goggles are very, very hidden. But first, let me just fix a little bit of the camera. It's a bit too crooked. Very, very crooked. There we go. It'll be better. Now I'm just going to point it up here. Okay, I think it works. Yeah, now it's much less crooked. Awesome. Let's give it a first coat to all the clothing, and let's see how it comes up. Oh wait, this is a shade. Yeah, not a shade. We need a contrast paint. And green for contrast, we have a Tonian Camo shade. This is actually going to be much better. Right now it looks very weird. I look at all those like weird browns, but when we mix it, just mixing it now. Ahora, este color que tengo aquí es en realidad verde como camuflaje, verde como militar, pero se miraba como cafezoso. Ahora acabo de mezclar la pintura. So now that I painted, I mixed the paint. Now it looks more like a military camo shade. It's literally camo shade. It's more like a military green, and I think it's going to look very nice. Let's see how that looks. Let's get one of my. Oh, I don't have water. Let me just grab a little bit of water. Take the opportunity, get some snacks, some drinks. I'll be back. Voy por agua, voy por un poquito de agua para las pinturas. Vuelvo en un momento. Bien, ya volví. Agua para las pinturas. It looks like a swampy, parece verde pantano. Yeah, it's kind of like a swampy color. It's like a dark green, and I like that. We need a dark green. Yep. Okay. Okay, what brush are we gonna use for this? We need something that is a little bit thick, but not too thick. And I'm thinking that we can employ the services of, where are you? I see. We're gonna use one of the newer brushes. This can carry quite a bit of paint, but also it seems like it can also it has some point in it. So this, let's give it a try at this. Wait, is it a shade as well? Give me a second. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. So well, there is an important thing here. So Atonian Camo shade is technically a shade, but it behaves more like a contrast paint. but anyways, let's see how the color looks on this thing, and let's see how thick it is, because I think it is very thick. It's thick enough that it can be used as a contrast, but let's see. So it is very thick, but you're right. I will need maybe 2, maybe 3 passes of this to make it through the dark, through the black sections. Yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right. So instead, let me see what I have in contrast. And the thing is, with the paints from Games Workshop, some paints say that it's like, some paints would say shade or contrast, and sometimes it's not quite the case. Like this is a color that I love. It's called Ethermatic Blue. And Ethermatic Blue, first of all, ultramarines. I cannot find it. Where did I put it? No. Ultramarine blue. Starry emerald. Dark angels. Wait, don't even know where I put it. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. Militarum green. So this is the contrast version of the green. I think it's the same green. I'm just gonna mix it because there's a lot of sediment. Sí, me corrigieron ahorita que Atonian Camo Shade es una shade, o sea que es como para generar sombras o para sombreado, no para pintar directo. Y es cierto, estaba agarrando una versión diferente de la pintura. Okay, so I was just explaining how the other one was a shade and this is a contrast. Contrast tiene mucho más color, mucho más coloración, y el shade es mucho más transparente. Right? Now let's use this one. Place somewhere here. let's get to paint. I'm just going to put a lot of the paint on the brush, on the wet palette, sorry. And it's gonna be a little bit tricky because this paint is very runny. How much we can paint just with a single run. And just clean the butt of the paint of the brush, sorry. By the way, thank you, Rusty, for mentioning that. I actually was I had them mixed. So let's see how that looks. Vamos a ver cómo se mira. So this has to be only on the clothing. So the edges are gonna be different color. The middle one is gonna be a different color. Oh, sorry. The middle is gonna be different color. This is gonna be different color. This is going to be painted. This is going to be painted. Edges are gonna be something else, so I'm not gonna touch it for now. But everything else in the cloak itself is going to be. I mentioned the contrast is gonna be really nice. It's gonna work really nice for making things like it's gonna be kind of transparent. Let's see how it looks in the end. It's gonna be also in the hood. Everywhere in the back. The way, can you see it well? You can see it well. It's just that I have the light right in my face. I think it's. The arms are different colors. They have wraps around. They have gloves. Then we need to go to the bottom. And as I said, we might need to do a couple of passes with this paint because the contrast paints, they don't do very well against black. Like none of the contrast paints do. But that's by design. That's kind of the point. But with just a little bit of white, you can see that that green color pops. You can actually see the color. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to go against the lines. So there will be some shading generated, like the paint will pull it by itself. Hopefully that's going to give us some nice shades on its own, in combination with the white and the black that is already there. All right, as you can tell, the green is there, especially in the light parts. And in the dark parts, it's almost black. We're gonna do a second pass in a moment. Ángel Linux. Ah, cabrón. Ángel Linux, te conozco. Nearly made that mistake more than once. Well, I may still make that mistake later. Ángel, a ver, cuéntame. Disculpa mi mala memoria, pero ¿eres Ángel de Culiacán o eres otro Ángel? Good. Otro ángel, muy bien, muy bien. Okay. ¿Qué les parece? Okay, what do you think? I think I need to move my light just a tiny bit because it's getting on the way of me viewing the camera well. Oh yeah, perfect. Now, because the glare of the lamp is hitting the monitor as well. Okay, oh, look at that. Yes, I like this green. I really like it. We're gonna do maybe a second pass in a moment. Creo que vamos a darle una segunda pasada. Oh, look at this. I really like how this looks. It looks like rainy. It looks like it's actually. Oh, there's some spot I missed. It looks like rainy, like actual clothing. Me gusta cómo se mira ese detalle ahí. Se mira como que realmente es tela. Right? Let's see how that looks. You know? All right, yeah, I like it. A ver, cuéntame, Angelito, ¿desde dónde nos visitas? Y por cierto, ya había estado aquí antes, a ver, ¿no? Déjame echo ojo porque tengo mucho que no transmito y capaz si mi memoria anda mal, a ver. Oh, wow, hace que 2 años, 1 año, 2 años, sí, hace como 2 años llegaste para acá, pero hace como 1 año de la vuelta y hace como 1 año después, hoy, estás platicando con nosotros. Una disculpa que no recordara, pero honestamente mi memoria no es la mejor y acabo de volver a transmitir. Tengo bastante que no transmitía, ya andaba fuera. Pero cuéntame cómo estás. I'm going to do a second layer now, and as you can tell, the black is very much still dominating. Like the contrast paint is not overpowering the black, and that's good because we want those natural shadows in it. Estoy diciendo es que podemos ver cómo la pintura de contraste no está tumbando completamente el negro o las sombras, y eso es bueno porque no queremos que se borren esas sombras. Okay, done with the green. Look. Oh, I really like how the white parts or the whitish parts are showing like kind of like a bleach clothing almost. I like that. Me gusta cómo se mira eso. Now, while this is drying, prepare to dry, let's paint the other minis. Vamos a ir por las otras miniaturas. Just clean my brush. Ahora sí, como ya veo que quedó en un color verde que me gusta, vamos a movernos a otra miniatura mientras se seca, porque ese tipo de color tarda un poquito en secarse. We're gonna give it a few minutes to dry and let's see how it looks once it. But I already like the result, by the way. All right, now let's move on to. We could go with this girl. I'm thinking that. Should we paint the skin first? Now we need to paint all the clothing and then we need to paint the skin. Skin is gonna be a little bit more tricky. Now this guy is almost. All of this is. Oh, I know what we're gonna do with this. We're gonna use. In the back, we're gonna use dark gray, and in the front, like the metallic parts, we're gonna actually use metallic colors. Okay, vamos a utilizar colores metálicos. Have you seen they are finally doing rules for the Titan Legions in Legion Imperialis? I honestly am not very connected with the rules or with the game in general. So I wasn't really aware. But what does it mean? Does it mean that like Titan Legions, like you could not play them? So in Legion Imperialis, I understand that you have like this super small. Oh wait, no, Legion Imperialis is epic scale. Am I correct? Are those like ones that you have like super small miniatures, or is that a different game? And does that mean that like that Titans, the general like regular Titans, are going to be playable on Legion Imperialis? Is that what you mean? Because if that's the case, that's awesome. I think that's awesome. Just cleaning my airbrush because I remember I had some airbrush cleaner in it just to unclog. Oh wow, you can really hear the compressor. Okay. So what's next? Crusader, where are you? What? Where is the Crusader? Huh? Oh no! Somebody ran away. Se desapareció el Crusader. Wait, what? I have no idea where it is. Wait, I show it a moment ago, right? Show it on the screen. And once I had already moved here, so I have to. I gotta have it somewhere here. I just don't know where. A ver, se me perdió. Okay, I found it. Found it. It was camouflage with the shadow part. He was like this, viewing me, and I couldn't see it in the bunch of minis. So before this new rulebook comes out, the only way to use Titans and Knights were as support assets for other armies. Oh, I see. But now you can just do an army of Titans and Knights. I see. I understand. Wait, that is so cool because then like the scale now it makes more sense, right? Like you have like these huge Titan models, and now it makes more sense that you like the little soldiers down there. That's so cool. All right, so for this guy, I said that in the back we're going to use kind of a dark gray. Do we have a dark gray? See. The contrast. I have green. Oh, I have another green actually. Green camel. But no, that's fine. The one that I use, I like it. I like it more. I have rattling rhyme. Rattling rhyme. What color is this? This is the rattling rhyme is like gray, right? Like something like that. Like oily. What is it? Looks very dark. It's kind of black, grayish, kind of. Yeah, it looks like it kind of looks like, I guess that the point is that you use it to generate kind of like a dirty, oily dirty, oily surface. So it's not necessarily what we want. We want is more of an actual gray. Let's see. This is okay. Snake leather bite. Sorry, snake bite leather. This is what we're gonna use for the edges of the vest for the vest. Sorry, for this guy. Look at that. I really like how the color turned out in the end. You can see that there is darker parts, lighter parts. Ah, yes, I like it. I'm excited because I didn't know this was going to work. Okay, so I said grayish. Let me see what I have here. I have this, which is no, this is Black Templar. But Black Templar, we might as well just use Black Templar, honestly. Put it here because that is just contrast black. It's pretty good. Legion Titan model is just a bit smaller than a 40k scale knight. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. In terms of Legion Imperialis, yes, it's a big, large, huge. That's cool. That's cool. What I've been doing is I've been getting a lot of, and I mean a lot, of kill teams. I like the idea that you can play short games and it can be used as a board game, and I can use it to make people learn about Warhammer. Like when my friends come in, oh, have you played this? Oh, look at that. Do you like the figures? Let me tell you the lore. But I have like 6 or 7 kill teams now. I have Exaction, Scout. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Exaction, Scout, False Strike, Veteran, which now is called Krieg. I have the Orc Commandos, I think. I have also the Justian kill team, which is the Angels of Death, basically. And I have the Hype Storm box, the big one with the new version, which is I think like best pits or something, like insect guys and other guys, I don't know. I had so much fun explaining 40k lore and why the Imperium is doomed to fall after Space Marine 2. Yeah, it is really cool that you can say, hey, isn't this really cool? Also, everyone is evil. But I mean, the whole point of 40k, as far as I understand, is that there's just so much that there is a space for everything. Like there is a space for all types of stories, and we should remember that despite all of the different factions are relatively evil on a certain scale, or very evil, some of them, and there are like individuals, and some of those individuals, they have goals that are not inherently evil. They just want to achieve what they want to achieve, and some of them are just plain evil, right? But the stories that you can tell with that is really cool, especially the human ones. The human ones are the most, well, humans are the least evil inherently, because humans are just trying to survive most of the time in this context, right? So it's been really cool and interesting to see how many people jump in and they realize that, oh wow, what the hell is this? I seem to have accidentally started the Combat Patrol magazine, and I'm planning to paint. Rusty, I don't know how I forgot that I have you as a friend over there, because I needed someone to receive my subscription of the Combat Patrol magazine because of the minis that they're going to give. I was like, oh man, I wish I had someone over there in the UK to help me receive those things. Because right now it's only UK and US, I believe. Rene forgot me. I'm sorry, Rusty. I'm sorry. But the good news is that I managed to get. Oh well, no worries. I did manage. I have a co-worker, a colleague that he is into miniature gaming in general, not Warhammer 40k. He's more like a dungeon master, a dungeon from Dungeons and Dragons, and he's actually also living in the UK, so he helped me with that. So don't worry, I got that covered by now. All right, so colors. What are we gonna do? As we see, the main armor is all black, kind of blackish, with some accents, on metallic, on silver. So we're gonna follow that, but I don't want it to be just black. There are more people in the UK. I know, outrageous, right? So this is going to be apothecary white. I already know it, which is going to be actually a green. I'm sorry, a gray. So this apothecary white for all of this. So let's start with that. If I manage to find, now this is solid gray, and yeah, apothecary white. So this is actually a bluish white, which is fine. A bluish gray, actually. It's just that it's a very subtle gray. But when you have a white undercoat, it looks so good. We tried that with the apothecary that we were painting the other day. A lot of it here. I think that's gonna be more than enough. All right, let's see. It's gonna be tricky because I don't want to touch the helmet. As you can tell, this is kind of like a very light gray, and yeah, that's basically what it is. But the idea is that it goes a little bit transparent, or most of it goes transparent, so against the white, it's going to look white. Like the white is going to shine through. And it's also going to leave a very smooth surface. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get the bulk of the paint pull around the cross, so it will generate like its own shadows, and then we can highlight it. Granted, right now, not a huge change, and when we put it over here, it's just going to still look mostly black, but we need to paint it nonetheless. Let's see how this looks. Actually, I have no idea how this is going to look over black. I never painted over black. Any like mistakes or anything where we go too far, that's fine. We can fix that. We can fix that later. The good thing that when you are just getting the biggest parts to paint, or biggest parts painted, better said, you can always fix that with the next level. I believe that this is actually going to need a little bit of work with layers. So we're still gonna have to put much more paint on this to get it to look whiter, like much whiter. But at least the contrast is going to give a nice glaze over everything. Have you ever thought about getting commissions? I I don't feel I'm good enough to do commissions, to be honest. And also, I mean, I have thought about it, but I don't feel I'm good enough for that. But also, I promised myself that I was not going to monetize this hobby. I mean, I've been monetizing every single hobby I have, and eventually that makes every hobby become a job, and I don't want that. I want this to be something that I do whenever I want, whenever I can, or when I paint anything I want, and not having to worry about that. Okay, the color for this is going to be, let's see, do we have, I don't think I have any. Oh, I could use an orangey, a yellowishy. For the scroll, I can just use a shade. And for shade, we can do yellowish sepia. Yeah, we can do sepia. Seraphim. Yeah, we can use a shade straight up with this. But before the shade, we need to make sure that those little scribblings. I want the scribblings to have some color. Alex, I want the scribblings to have color in them. So we need something that goes into the recesses. I wonder if the sepia itself is going to do that. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that with the sepia directly and let's see how it looks. Not, we can always do a little bit of detailing. Cables, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo anda todo por allá? Oh, cool. Yeah, the sepia color, the sepia pigment actually goes in the recesses and it's making all the scribblings pop a little bit more. That's cool. Right? Yes, I like that. I like how that looks. Oh, maybe a little bit more paint. All right. Right, that seems to work. Okay, so let's see. Yep, I like that. We might do a little retouching, maybe. I'm not sure. Right now it looks okay. Decent enough. Okay, so what we were saying is, you can see now that the white, quote unquote, white dried is almost, you can see that there's something there, but that is definitely not white. It just left a reflective, like a glaze. It's a glaze. It left a glaze surface, which is not bad, but we're gonna have to do something with, like, manually. We're gonna have to paint that with another type of paint. That's fine. I think we can build some layers, and that's going to still allow the shades to be retained. But we're gonna do that in a different iteration. While that dries, we're going to move to the next. Now for this guy, Scorpion theme. Oh yeah, I was thinking we can do this guy in kind of like a Scorpion from Mortal Kombat theme. You know, a little bit with the like a yellowish robes. The scales need to be metallic. Well, not really. They could be just a darker color. So let's see. What do we get when we try to get Scorpion? Because Scorpion is basically yellow and black, right? Like Pikachu, basically. So we could get like the gloves could be yellowish. Yeah, gloves could be yellowish for sure. The undercoat could be yellowish all the way until like oh, even under this thing here, be yellowish. Well, it's a bit dark, so it's gonna be tricky. Now, yellow, it's a problem with dark. Underdogs. Underdogs el de BR. Oh, you were playing the Underdogs, the VR game? There is one game called Underdogs where you play like in mechas, and it's like you're playing like Titanfall, but it's like a fighting game, and you are inside the robot, and the movements of your hands are mapped to the movements of the like you are inside the cockpit in the game, and then you can see that everything that you do with your VR real hands, um, the robot also does it. So it's really cool. It's a great game. Sí, está bien perro. It's really cool. Okay. Now Jello is gonna be a tricky thing because Jello is very transparent. It has terrible coverage, and you put yellow over black, I'm gonna need to put layer after layer after layer, so maybe contrast is not gonna be ideal for that. But then on top of that, the scales will need to be kind of gray, dark gray, to simulate the like to include some level of dark and yellow. Or we could just go the way that it's like that we have it here. We'll use leathery colors. Leather is gonna look great, or brownish colors at least. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna use this, which is snake bite leather. I really like this paint because it generates the perfect leather texture on its own. You don't even need to try, but only when it's against white, I believe. All right, let's see. We're going to with leather first. I'm going to paint the lighter parts and let's see how it looks. And on the dark parts, now this is a dark color, but it's also against black, which makes it tricky. It makes it tricky because kind of invisible. To my eyes, I can still see it, of course, once it dries especially, but in camera it might be a little bit tricky to capture. Oh yeah, I like that. Once it dries, let's see how it looks. Well, around. Good. Now the gloves. Right? Good. Right now we're not doing super fine work, to be honest. We're just putting it everywhere we can, where it should be at least. Trying to not let it get too full too much, just about enough. As you can tell in the dark parts, barely see the dark brown color. That's fine, as long as it keeps the gradients and the light and the dark parts doing like the shading that we did first. It's doing its job. You can see some color, and that's all that matters. But you can tell, even in the dark areas, the color didn't, like the intensity of the brown not very high. That's fine. We're going to do some work on that later. Doing a quick second layer just to ensure that there is color everywhere, even if it's very dark. Okay, that's done. Now the boots. Oh wait, the boots are actually like a different color, so we don't need to paint them in the. So from the light side, you can see the color in there, and from the dark side, there is color there, much darker, like it should be. Now we wait for this to dry. On to the next. Now this color is very strong in the brush itself, so I need to make sure that it's very clean. All right, so what's the next one? Cool. I've been avoiding painting this girl, but yeah, let's do it. Let's go with, I don't know, Black Templar for the dress. Well, Black Templar for a part of the dress. Oh wow, you can hear that placa placa placa. Wow, was not counting on that. Okay. Where is the Helion? Okay, what do we get here? So I mentioned before, the light area is on her side, Then we still get some. We're gonna use the skin and all that for like when we paint the actual skin color. Now we're going to focus on the clothing. Clothing is the inside is supposed to be darkish grayish, which is great because it's already shaded by now. The front is a very light gray, so that light gray and that thing in the front, like that medallion, needs to be like a lighter gray. We're gonna have to paint that manually. And we have some fur. That fur needs to be also like a skeleton color, like, well, like a bone color maybe. Yeah, bone color. So the fur needs to be bone color. We're gonna paint that in a moment. And then we get all the rest. The arms, the clothing here, that the big cloak, that is black. So let's black. I really like that this black contrast kind of transparent. So the whiter parts are gonna look whiter naturally. It's great. Exactly what we want. We want that because it's going to use the white that is underneath to, or it's going to respect that natural shadows that are already there. Yeah, you can tell that this is not dark, like not black black, but rather just darker. The parts that are already black are going to be like completely dark, like completely black as well. And the parts that are lighter are going to be grayish automatically. Once again, it's great for our purposes. Right? Side of this. And this black is going to contrast against the whitish color of the fur. Now the armor, the sides of the armor are also that. Tricky there. It's it's a bit difficult to. I don't want to touch the skin because painting over the black on skin or like on a super whitish part to make a skin better set is going to be much trickier. And that we are done. Oh yeah, the gloves, the wrappings around her arms. Right. We might need to do a little bit of detailing work after this, just to highlight that some parts that are black are actually clothing. But I will leave that for future Rene. Okay, let's see how that looks. The black, once it dries, yeah, most of the lighter areas, I can see the darker areas and the lighter areas inside the same black, but most of the parts that are black are going to look black. let's let, let's see how it looks once it's fully dried, and then we can talk about it. Because for example, this area, I see it much lighter than underneath, which good. Let's see how the full black. Oh, actually, we still need to paint also the wrappings in the leg. I didn't realize that this girl has her feet fully wrapped. Meaning that she's kind of like, she's not barefoot, but she's not using thick shoes. I mean, all right, that's it for now at least. There. Now let's move to the next. Next. Uh, Highwayman. Highwayman needs to have something. I want to give him like a. He could be black and red. It could be black and red because the scarf is going to be bright red. What do you think? Or it could just be like the scarf could still be bright red, and the coat could be maybe a bluish gray. What do we have for bluish gray? But we don't really have that much other than apothecary white. Gray, throwing like maybe a little bit bluish. Um, I have other blues, but the blues I have an ultramarine blue. That might be that might not be the best combination. And that, yeah, that's too blue. Not gray enough. Let's see. Well, this is so light gray. It is a shade, and I don't think will be strong enough. Yeah, this looks like the right. It's a bit too light actually. Still too light. So I don't have many choices here. Either I paint it directly, like with the other type of paint, or I paint it with a different tone, a contrast but different tone. Now I said we could leave him as black. Could be black. Let's see. Highwayman, where are you? So Highwayman could be black. like clothing. Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. Well, while I'm thinking, let's paint the scarf. Scarf and gloves. Oh no, actually we can't paint the scarf on the glove because you know what? Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try with the apothecary white. See the results. I can't believe we don't have a contrast, gray contrast. Let's see. Oh, that's a shade. Yeah, because I have other colors. Contrast, not. Oh wait, what is Leviathan blue? I don't think I have seen this. Ooh, very dark, almost purple. Oh, wrong. I have Magos purple, but we don't want purple right now. Almost pink. Yeah, I believe we don't have gray. I'm not sure if there is even a gray contrast. We don't have gray color at least. But we do have this, which is a shade. I don't trust the shade as much. So what we're gonna do is we're going to do just apothecary white and red on top of that. We have already tried that combination in the apothecary itself, which is white and red, and it looks fantastic by the way. We're gonna try that. Okay, so we have all the coat going the that whitish grayish color. And as we can tell, when there is some white underneath, is some nice gray color pulling up. But as soon as we get to the dark parts, to the blacks, then it becomes almost invisible. But that's fine. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to go against the lines, so a lot of paint will be deposited. Like the color will be deposited in. Try to leave as much of the color in every place I can. While also trying to keep it steady, to keep the same amount of paint everywhere, so the gradients are also respected. Now the pants are gonna be a light brown, I guess. So we're gonna have to do something about that later. Now, this as it is. Oh wait, we need to paint the arm. Okay, so you can say once again, there is some paint. Doesn't look great right now. We're gonna have to wait, do a second layer later. That is mostly because this white is more of a gray rather than, and we might need to do some detailing with layer paint, some like a thin paint, but not a contrast. Now for this guy. Oh wait. For this guy, we can still already do something. We can already paint because it's gonna be just a tiny bit. This, the gloves. That is going to be. Gonna paint it red. Gonna be blood angels red. It's a super strong red, so let's be careful with this. It's very strong. Oh, tense. Like a friend of mine said, violent. By a friend of mine, I mean like a character in an anime. I was just watching an anime called Mushoku Tensei. Very cool. Good. Good. Very good. Right. I like that. Dark. Dip a little more. Now for the gloves. And also to finish, we're gonna need the gloves better set. all the way. I managed to nick a bit of red the face. I have to fix that later. But the good thing is that the face is still gonna have some reddish color in it. Not gonna be too bad. Alright, how does it look? Intense red from the lighter part, darker red from the shadow parts. I like that, like that. Oh, look at the glove, the shadow on the glove that forms itself. Good. Me gusta cómo se ve esa sombra que se genera ya por el gradiente que le pusimos debajo. I'm just going to take a little bit and paint the second glove. Right. Dark glove, light glove. Right. See? Oh, look at that. He could be just red and white, just like that. He could stay like that to be like a Sin City reference. Darker areas, whiter areas. Looking good. All right. So on next. Oh wow, this red pigment is so strong. Épale, épale. Los clics de Famovil, momento, ¿qué? ¿Cómo andamos, loco? Tiene rato que no te miraba. Bueno, tiene relativamente rato, mejor dicho, ¿no? En realidad creo que nunca nos hemos mirado. Siempre hemos platicado. A ver, vamos de vuelta. ¿Cómo se mira? Famovil era la marca española que vendía los muñecos de Playmobil. Ah, ok, bueno, no estoy familiarizado con Playmobil. Clicks. ¿Te refieres a los que tenían como una cosa que giraba por debajo? Que tenía como números. Entonces no estoy familiarizado con eso. A ver, ¿cómo se mira la ropa? ¿Sabes qué? Me gustó bastante cómo quedó la ropa de este. Este efecto como que en la oscuridad se mira bien. Y en la parte iluminada se mira iluminado. Y la ropa se mira como deslavada, como que inconsistente. Click se les llamaba aquí, dice, pero son los típicos de Playmobil. Ah, ok. Yeah, I really like how this color turned out. So now let's paint the beak. See, So the beak is going to be a kind of bone color, almost white. I got the perfect color for that. Tengo un color perfecto para eso. Es un color como hueso. This color. This is a bone. So this is going to need to be thin. Just switch my. Vamos a cambiar de brocha para esto. Vamos a cambiar a una de. Okay. A little bit of this. Pues sí, te seré sincero que nunca, hasta esto de pintar ha sido bastante reciente para mí también, así que no puedo decir que esté familiarizado con eso. Ok, vamos a tomar algo de pintura, de hecho es un... I'm going to take just a little bit, because we're just gonna paint a tiny little bit, maybe some other parts. Vamos a ver qué tanto podemos utilizar este color en otras piezas, porque pues obviamente no quiero desperdiciar pintura. Agua, pasar la pintura. ¿Las haces con la impresora o las compradas? No tengo impresora 3D. Todas estas figuras vienen en un juego de mesa. En realidad no tienes que pintarlas, pero pues ya vienen listas para que si las quieres pintar, pues puedes pintar. En mi caso les di un baño negro, luego les di un baño blanco para generar estas como sombras. Ahora estoy pintando. Me generé mis propios esquemas de colores dentro del juego, que es lo que estás mirando aquí, abajo de mí. Y estos son los esquemas que más o menos estoy siguiendo. So yeah, these are from the Darkest Dungeon board game. They are I think they are plastic. I'm not really sure, but I didn't print them. They are from the board game, but they are also from a game. Paint big. Vamos. Oh, sí, perdió. Very careful. I also try to apply a thin coat, not too much. Right. Okay. How does that look? Oh yeah. For the dark part, the dark part still shines through a little bit, not too much. That's not a problem. The shadow underneath, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the shadow because I may need to do that shadow manually as well. I need to do some detailing. Now, what else can I use the bone color? I think I'm gonna use it also for his wraps. Voy a utilizar también el color de hueso en las prendas. Let's see. Prendas. Good look. The gloves, I'm gonna have to paint them in something. Those did I paint? Now the other wrapping, so yeah. Be very careful. Mostly because I don't want to redo the whole paint or to fix too much later. Right. So interestingly enough, like the shading and the dark areas are shining through. Say it some way. So they are like we can see that they are darker areas, even when the color is lighter. Right. It's really good for our purposes. Okay. Does it look so far? All right. Looks okay. Looks good. I like that. We may need to do some shading on the bandages. We might do that later. Vamos a hacer un poco de sombreado después entre las vendas, tal vez. Seguro. Lo veremos después. Maybe it's not going to be necessary. All right. So the rest, we have a couple of colors. We have a light brown and a dark brown. I think we can simplify it all in a single brown in the end. But okay, let's try and figure it out. Tenemos dos colores, dos marrones o dos cafés. Y uno de ellos va a ser el color cuero que vamos a aplicar sobre el cinturón. We're going to apply the leather color over the belt. Then, oh wait, I think I missed painting the green over here. Should have been there should have been some green on this side. I don't know what happened there. I'm gonna paint it now. Como que se me pasó pintar un pedacito ahí de la figura. But first, I'm going to fix something because I noticed that it has a little nick in there. I'm gonna remove that. There's a little hole in the paint. Let's see how that looks when we put the actual camo shade. Sorry, the Militarum green on top of it. Vamos a pintar de nuevo ese pedacito porque se me pasó. I kind of forgot. Let's see if we manage to not mess it up. Wait, is the playlist on repeat? ¿Está repitiéndose la música? Not enough paint. That didn't go as nice or as smooth as the other parts, but it's fine. I don't think it's gonna be too much of a problem. Okay, and yeah, this side I didn't even paint it. Green. And now we need some leathery color. Whew. I'm really happy that we are actually painting and making some progress. Whenever we do some airbrush, I get a little bit worried about how much time we're gonna spend doing the airbrush, cleaning the airbrush, and preparing everything for the airbrush. And I'm happy that this time we could get done all of that really quickly. All right, now while this is drying, oh well, we can already move on to the leather. Yeah, leather is. Oh, you know what? I have this color that is called Skeleton Horde, and this is kind of like a lighter. Oh, it's gonna be perfect. This is a lighter brown, I believe. Yeah, I like this. We're gonna use this to paint the lighter brown that goes here. Very light. We might need to do some fine work for it. Pitch. We're gonna have to do a couple of layers, I believe. But I like that this light brown color is there. I didn't even remember that I have it, so it's good. It's good that we have that one there. We can use that, of course, to do all the lighter parts. I was not sure what color we were going to use for those, but now that we have it here, we can use that for pretty much every non-leather brown areas. Once again, we're gonna have to do 2 layers. A bit. It's well, not a bit. It's a very thin. I believe we can use the same to paint the gloves. Yeah, we can paint the gloves with the same. Right. Good. Up. Okay, let's look. There's a little bit of color pooling. Ideal. Stretch it a little bit. Right, better now. While that one is drying, oh wait, the shoulders are also that color. So there's a lot of use for that level of. But you know what? The shoulders should be darker. Should be a darker. Should be like leather because it is. They are leather shoulder pads. So we're gonna use a darker leather for those. Darker leather color, I mean. Ok, ahora veamos. Vendas, guantes. Ah, me faltó un dedo. Damn, missed. Well, I'll get it on the second layer. But the bomb. The bomb, what color should the bomb be? Greenish? Bluish? It should be some level of green, right? Like a smoke poison bomb. Supongo que la bomba la podemos pintar con un color verde. Algo así que se mire tóxico. Pero antes de eso, vamos a pintar las sombreras con Snake Bite. Yeah, like a dark brown. Oh yeah. I like this color a lot because it's so good to do leather. Like the name implies, it's not just a brown color. The way that it moves around like recesses and the way that it shades over lighter colors, really really good. And when it dries, it looks very much like actual leather. Okay. Next shoulder. I should just put a lot of it instead of just opening the bottle every time. Oh, I already have here some. Let's paint the other shoulder. Ah, I really really like this this leather color. I know I said it like 17 times already, but it's really good. Dark, light. Now, final details in the middle, and the now this is going to be a leather. And there is a little bit of leather buckle. Uf, quite a lot of concentration. Esto requirió que me enfocara, me concentrara bastante. Okay, I'm gonna leave that to dry for a moment. Now, where else do we need leather color? Leather color, let's see. Mostly because I already have a lot of leather here. Like that color, I already have it in the palette. Palette. I don't want it to go to waste. Oh, there's a lot of leather color. Leather and purple. Let's get this guy going with that. A lot of leather. Now the inside shirt is a different type of brown. It's like a less red brown. That's interesting. You know what? We're gonna paint the shirt brown as well, and then we're gonna use a little bit of a reddish pigment on this, something like that. I feel like we need to change the. It should not be this color for the outer clothing. I think we messed up. I messed up. Still, let's finish it up and let's see how it looks at the. Voy a tener segundas ideas sobre el color, sobre la orilla de esta ropa. Vamos a ver en un momento más. A ver. Salí bastante de la línea ahí. Y ahora para pintar de la ropa. Ups. Ropa interior. Ropa interior me refiero a la parte interior debajo del saco, obviamente. We don't really get to see the color of the pants, so we're just gonna figure that it's kind of a darkish bluish color. We don't know. We're gonna leave it the color of imagination for. And what? Oh yeah, we also have it on the outside, on the sleeves. Por las mangas también. dentro. Ah, a little bit there. The final part. Right, so we got down. Now the next part is going to be a lot of purple. Or purple. Oh yeah, well, the color in it. Then we get this little pouch over here. There's a lot of leather color on this guy, but which makes sense because his clothes are meant to be reflective of nomad Arab tribe culture, like like how the more tribal section of the world in this Darkest Dungeon world live. So it will be adjusted to harsh environments. Everything needs to be durable. Also, just from personal experience in the Middle East, yeah, because sand is everywhere. Like it's very prevalent. It's very difficult to keep the sand out in Saudi Arabia, for example. Having colors that are similar to sand on things helps preventing the things to look dirty. Right, good. Rolls. What about this thing? What about the sash? The sash, we're gonna make the sash being silk, and because it's silk, it's not gonna be brown. It's gonna be a bright color, maybe yellowish, maybe gold. What do you think? Gold and purple. The gold is for the sash and purple for the rest of the coat. Like that. Let's give it a try at a couple of colors I have there. Vamos a ver, vamos a intentar ponerle la cinturón. No es un cinturón realmente, es seda. Un lazo de seda. Lo vamos a pintar dorado. Let's see how that looks. All of this is going to be bright purple. Oh wait, the what is that? The turban? Now it's interesting that this guy is actually more of a Persian character. Persian. I mean, in the end, in the game, it's fiction, right? It's not exactly one specific nation from today. So we are use a lighter color for the, or we could go crazy and also use kind of a bright color for it. So the brown we could use also purple. So purple for the turban and the larger part of the coat, or we can also leave it as brown. Hmm. Um, gave us 3 hours of. He gave us 3 hours of music. That was good. What's next? How long is this late? And if you're watching this from YouTube, you're not gonna be listening to any music at all because I am separating the audios. All right. Ooh. All right. Let's see. As I was saying, the hmm. He's gonna have some gold accents already with the jewelry and in the weapon. The sash might not necessarily. We can make it golden, but not the same gold as the weapon. So we're gonna have two different types of gold. And for the headpiece, I think we're going. I think we're going crazy. We're going with the purple motif. Let's see how that works. Now the question is, which purple are we going to use? Is it going to be purple? Is it going to be more pinkish? Let's see. So I have, I believe, two contrasts. Yeah, I have two contrasts that are. So I have these two. This is obviously much more on the reddish side. Oh, what the hell? Go away. I think the choice is obvious. I think it's gonna be this. Intentó huir. It tried to run away. Okay, now coming back to the Plague Doctor. Right? Like it? It's looking okay. Yeah, I think the leather effect was convincing enough. Then the darker parts. Good. We need to do a second layer of the edges with a lighter brown. I do like how the clothing in the middle looks, so I don't think we're gonna have to do a second layer for that. And we're gonna we're gonna need a little metallic for the buckle of the belt. Maybe some bluish, almost blue, almost white for the glass because he's holding some glass thingy on the hand. And then we're gonna need to paint the bomb, some shading of green, maybe to simulate that it has something inside. Oh yeah, wait, going to be glass or is it going to be opaque? I don't know. Let me think about it. I think we should just paint it all opaque so we don't complicate things. So it's more of a pot than a other thing. Now this guy, I'm digging the look of this guy. Now I did drop a little bit of white on top of him. My bad. I'm gonna have to fix it later. I'm gonna fix it when I'm painting the face, like the face color, like actual skin color. But it's gonna be later. Right. Where were we? So we said But yeah, we haven't painted the armor of this guy at all. Like this guy, we haven't painted his armor at all in the back. We wanted a gray, and we don't have a gray. Fine. So let's continue with the Occultist. Occultist is gonna get interesting purple, because this is going to use a lot of area. We're gonna use a larger brush, or a better suited brush for this. So let's just put some of it here. I think we're good. So let's get to it. First side. All right, yep, light enough. The way that this color is pulling goes to interesting place. I would have expected that it will go to the recesses, but it doesn't quite goes like that. That's fine. I like that it's not too overpowering, so at least we can choose how much paint we're gonna put into it. Like, I like more having the control over how much we can, rather than having to worry about having too much. And very likely we're gonna need a second layer once it dries, but we're gonna worry about that later. We're going to the part important, meaning the part where the paint is on the light section. Very important that we are careful here, because we don't want to overpower the color. We want to have that gradient. As I said, we're gonna also have the headgear piece also be color. So let's look. Interesting that well, yeah, it makes sense, because in the lower part it has some light hitting it, so it's lighter. We'll have to wait and see how it looks once it's all dried. Now we still need to paint here. Those angles turn a little bit tricky. The interior, we're also gonna paint the interior with this purple. Now, why did I choose purple? Purple is the color of madness. The color is the color of cosmic horror. I have to wait a little bit and let it dry. But before it dries, we can already paint the gold elements, the weapons. Let's do that. Oh, I need to stand up, so let's stop. Maybe a little bit higher. 120. Ah, perfect. Okay, where were we? Yes. So now that we have this, we need the golden elements, right? For the golden elements, we're gonna do fine. We're gonna use a fine brush, like a smaller one. Oh, this purple doesn't want to leave the brush. Even after a few washes, still has some purple in it. It may be time to also clean the water. So let's recharge water. Everyone, go grab a drink, grab a snack. I'll be back. Right, I'm back. So for this, we are going to use a smaller brush. Use this baby. So we're gonna need some. Oh wait. I need some golden colors, and I have a couple of different gold colors here, so that's gonna be useful. We're going to take. See, we have. Mix them so we can get the actual color that we want. Okay, so we have two golds and a bronze. Well, maybe the bronze is not. Liberator gold, no, the Belcher. Oh, should I have another gold? Yes. Ah, the camera! I've fallen, brother. Help me. There we go. So, as I was saying, I have Liberator Gold, which is this. Then we have Retributor Armor, which is like a more of a reddish golden, very strong. And well, no, this is Rune Lord Brass, and we don't want brass right now. But well, you know what? Let's see. What will go better? Brass or gold? And on which parts? A ver, veamos, pensamos un poco. Los detalles estos, so that the accents can be gold, but for the sash, I think we can do Liberator Gold. So the sash is going to be this kind of gold, like a lighter one. The weapon is going to be more of a deep gold. Or should it be the opposite? Let me think. We're gonna have contrast no matter what. We're gonna have contrast between the lighter gold and the darker gold. Hmm. Okay, so we're gonna do the darker gold is going to be in the weapon details. The lighter gold is going to be in the sash and also in this little hair part that is falling from the the weapon from the weapon so what is that, like scaffold? No, scabbard, the weapon scabbard. We are not going to we're not going to thin this paint. Metals usually don't like to be thin, I don't know why. But instead of thinning it water, we're going to use something that is called medium. Medium is useful because it makes things flow much better. We want it to be flowy. I'm going to put a tiny bit, just a drop. Medium, and that should be more than enough. So long since I want to open. Nice and small. There we go. Just place a drop very gently. Let's see how that goes. So right now you cannot see it, but I am mixing that Lamian medium with the paint. And the paint doesn't dilute, it just becomes more flowy. Okay, let's see how that goes. If maybe we got it too thin, maybe we didn't get it thin enough. Let's ooh, super small. Because I'm going to paint a darker gold on top, I don't have to be too careful. But I already noticed that I did indeed get the gold too thin. because it is already showing the paint underneath. Be careful with how much I stretched it. Likely we're gonna have to do 2 thin paints. Fine. Right. You can tell the gold is indeed very thin. Maybe I put too much Lamian medium in it. That's fine. That's how we learn. The good part is that I can play around a little bit with the metal color. It's nice. Trying to ensure that the inner part, the part where it goes, it folds, is also getting paint. And to be super careful here, because metallic colors are difficult to cover. You need to cover them with like, very opaque colors. Of course, I don't want to. For the rest of the, like, it doesn't matter if it's hitting the hilt and all that, because we're gonna paint a darker gold on top of it, so that's fine. This is like a little hair, synthetic golden hair that it's a decorative thing in the dagger. Ah, no, went too far. I hit a little bit of the clothing with the. But you know what? Having the idea of just making all the edges golden. I'm feeling that idea. Let me think. Let me think. Like all the edges will be golden. Golden and purple. It's a winning combination. Let's see. Let's see how that looks. Now that what I don't like is that um, I mean, it's a nice color, but I'm a little bit worried about the recesses. Let's see. What? I think it's good. I think I think that it's a good combination. I like it. What do you think? The gold and the purple, especially when I give it a second purple layer, I think it's gonna look really nice. Let's do the same gold underneath. Because the bottom is already of a orange color. Well, not orange, but brown color. It works nicely for shadows. But I'm going to need more. Where did I put it? So what I did is I just put more paint and I'm mixing it with what I had already so we can get a thicker mix, because the other one had too much medium, and that was making it too liquidy, too thin. Hey Fab, how are you doing, man? What do you say? Gold on purple. Well, gold and purple, better said. What do you think about that? And I'm not saying, okay, I'm not saying that I am secretly an emperor's children. Not at all. I am more or less finished with setting up my paint area in my living room. Only thing missing is all the paint and of course some minis. Little by little, man, little by little. If you are around, you are more than welcome to come over here. I have minis, I have paints. We can either go over one of the minis that you like already and give it a paint. If you want tips or I can help in any way, I'm more than happy. Yes, and that. Whew. Yes. I need to do a second layer of that purple, but I am very much liking this. That was a good idea. I'm gonna do a retouch on the edges of the. Yeah, let's retouch the of the leaf. All right, Oh wait, I'm missing this. Let me just do a cleaning. It's been a while since I did a bit more. May need to do some retouching later on the inside of the sleeve. Maybe with black. Let's see, how does it look? Yep, that's a winning combination. Do some retouching on some parts where the gold is a bit too thin. Hacer unos retoques nada más en por donde el brow se adelgazó demasiado. Alright, I think we are pretty much done with all the Liberator Gold sections. Now, let's paint the weapon parts with. Oh, wait, there's a gold section there that needs gold. Not great. The worst, you can fix it. Oh. And now the other gold on the weapon hilt. Pues vamos ahora a pintar un dorado un poquito diferente, más oscuro. And also on the jewelry that he has in the chest. También también en el medallón que tiene. So jewelry and weaponry are real gold. The rest are just decorative gold. Entonces, la idea es que el dorado que vemos en las armas y en la joyería es real, mientras que el oro que vemos en la ropa y en la decoración, pues. And that we're gonna use this, which is called Retributor Armor. Oops. Super dark. What about that? All right, good. Now the jewelry. Ahora la joyería. So I think we're gonna finish, like actually finish a couple of minutes today, and we're gonna leave quite a few of them already with progress. Oh, interesting. There is no, yeah, there is no connection. There is no like this necklace has the left part of the necklace visible, and the right part is not even there. It's not that it's not visible; it's just not there. But you don't need to see it as long as you have the idea that there is something underneath. I almost want to leave the beard white. I want the beard to be white rather than black. What do you think? Should I leave the beard like that? Debería dejar la barba así. The beard and the mustache could stay like in that white color. Yeah, gray. You know what? Gray. Gray is better. Just plain white doesn't look as good, but gray, I think it would look really good. Yeah, we'll see what kind of gray we're gonna use. A very light gray, maybe. Right. So let's see. We are by now we only need candle, bone, skin, and maybe decide the color of the beard. But before that, we are going to do a second layer of purple. A layer of this purple. I really like how it looks, and I'm thinking that the second layer is gonna make it pop a lot. Go with that. I'm gonna switch to a different brush, which is more appropriate for that. We're going to do a second layer of Magos purple. Just gonna put it here. I don't have to open the bottle too much. Right, here we go. Something interesting I noticed with this specific paint is that the way that it pulls around different areas is a little bit different than what I would expect. Normally I would expect the paint to pull around recesses, and this paint does things a little bit different. I don't exactly know how to explain it. It feels like it's more viscous, that it moves around much more than other paints I have seen before. By the way, I'm really happy with the decision of also making the headgear piece purple as well. I think it looks really good. Maybe we could have made it golden, but I didn't think about the gold until after we had painted the headgear with their first layer of purple. So it looks good. I don't know if it could look nicer with a gold the gold headpiece instead of a purple one. I guess we'll never know. But it does look good with the purple one, doesn't he? And I step back a little bit because the lamp is right on top of my face and it doesn't allow me to see the all the colors as well in the screen. All right. I am liking how this guy is turning up much more than I thought, to be honest. Oh, I can move the camera along with everything. Where were we? Oh yeah, second layer of purple. This is done. This is done. Front. I want to make sure that there is, even on the dark parts, we have that second layer of purple to give it uniformity. Right? Whew. How does it look? The light is hitting all the way from the top. Nice. Here. Nice. Now we're gonna work. On the skull and the candle, and we're gonna finish with the skin color. I think we're gonna paint the candle. The wax of the candle is going to be just white. It's going to be white. I'm here touching things with a wet brush. Let me just try to remove that little. Yeah, we're gonna do white for the candle, gold color for the. Wait, candles are not necessarily white, right? Like we see in them. Sometimes the wax color is more yellowish. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to guess. I actually have wax here. So this is wax, using wax. This is the color of wax. So it's not white. It's kind of. Oh, it's more yellowish. Kind of. Let's see. What do I have of that color? It has to be more yellowish than bone. What this? a bit too saturated. But then this is a little bit lighter. Kind of, I guess. So I don't think I have an exact color for this. So I guess I'm gonna have to take a little bit of white, a tiny bit. I don't even know if it's yellow for real. I don't even know what this color is. It has to be something like. Oh wait, I know. You can tell us. Let me open Photoshop. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking Photoshop, and I have too many. I'm going to take Photoshop. I'm going to take a screenshot of this, and then I'm going to put it in the. Then I'm going to put it on the Photoshop color picker to tell me where is this supposed to be. Color wheel at least. So take a screenshot of this. Okay, I took a screenshot. Now I'm gonna paste it on Photoshop. And by pasting it in Photoshop, we're gonna get color value. Now I don't think you play capture. White. Oh, there we go. Now you can see Photoshop. Going to do file, to select. Going to do say that yeah, sure, whatever. Going to paste stuff. Okay. Take the color wheel. This is a very complicated way of doing something very simple. And now on the top right here, you can see that it's on a spectrum of yellowish, orangish, actually like bone color, to be honest. So now that we have this color, I can very confidently say that it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like Ushakti bone. I'm gonna use that. Okay, so let's take a little bit of this. Let me just take out the monitor. All right, so now let's take a little bit of this. And I know I don't really need to make it real life. I just thought it was an interesting experiment to figure out what the actual color for that was. So let's get a little bit of this, and let's put that on the candle. This guy, and it's coming up, looking really good. I'm really liking it. Look at the vibrant color now. You see, it still pulls in a different, interesting way down there. I don't know why it's doing that, but anyways, looks good enough in the rest of the sections. So I had the idea of putting a couple of details a couple of golden details in the braiding. Let's do that before we move on to the other parts. I still have a little bit of that Liberator gold, so let's put it into action. There we go. That's all. A little bit of gold on those laces. Right, and now we can move on to the bone and wax. Now this guy also, for the skin, we have already a perfect blend for that. Like, we already have a perfect color for the skin, I think. And it's gonna be Katachan skin. Let's see. Where are you? Katachan, no, not you. Katachan flesh. I think we're gonna be good with Katachan flesh, the base color. And then we can do, maybe we can make it like very thin, so the gradients are still there. And then we can apply a little bit of a lighter version of this to make the highlights in the face. But before that, we need to make the eyes, we need to repaint the eyes to be fully dark, fully because right now maybe you cannot see it, but I can see the actual inside of the socket, and it has parts that are not black. So maybe just doing a little retouch with black to ensure that the eyes are gone, that they are just not there, because these characters don't show their eyes. We see the eyes as like the artistic style, as you can see here, is like no eyes. You cannot see their eyes. So wax for this, bone, and maybe we're gonna do bone for this as well. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. Let's think. So let's go with this. This brush for that. I'm gonna put it somewhere. Oh wow, we've been painting for 4 hours already. Damn. Yeah, I think we're gonna finish only one miniature for real, and then I'm going to leave and go eat something. It's 10 p.m. I didn't realize. What? That's fine. We're close. We're close to finish this one. First, let's take a little bit of that paint. I am going to put a little bit of water in it. Why? Because I'm gonna try and keep those gradients. So thinning the paint ensures that we are getting a little bit of help with that. Let's. And I think we're gonna need to do a little bit of retouching as well. A whiter color like than this. This is too saturated for a wax. But honestly, I didn't want to go just full white with it. So that looks not too bad. We're gonna do some more detailing with whitish color later. And then the bone, the skull. For the skull, I'm thinking that we can use Ushapti bone and where is Screaming Skull? I'm looking for a color. Huh. Gray, white. Oh, wait a second. Oh, here it is. Yep. Okay, so this is Screaming Skull, and this is Ushapti bone. You can tell they are nearly the same color. This is just a little bit darker than this. We're gonna use Ushapti bone for the base of the skull, and then this for a little bit of a highlight. This is already Ushapti bone, so we're gonna use the same for the wax and the skull. Then we're gonna use the the highlights to make it different, make them both different. By the way, I think it's really cool that we can have this game like Darkest Dungeon, which is extremely difficult, and it's all about getting your characters killed, and we can still love it so much. Let it be for a second. Then let's get a whiter color for the wax. That I'm going to go. So I'm going to go just white scar straight out. Straight out of the box. Well, out of the pot, better said. I'm going to take just a tiny bit. I'm trying to spread it very, very thin over the what was it, Ushapti bone, I think. Spread it very, very thin so it's whiter than the skull. It's just different enough from both materials. So both materials were said are different enough from each other. How that looks. Okay, now they look different. Now we're gonna use Ushapti bone. We're gonna use it also on the scrolls. Let's see how that works. Barely see. Barely see what I'm doing. Oof. Gets me really nervous to do this for fine details. I'm always thinking I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna mess it up. All right, done. Almost done. Now scrolls are done. Scrolls are done. The wax on top now it looks more like wax. It looks different than the skull. Now we can do a couple of details on the skull itself. And maybe we need to do a couple of layers. One more layer at least for the skull on around the skull, better said. Do that. So as I mentioned before, it's much better to just leave. If it's too thin, that's fine. Just wait until it dries and then try again. A new layer. Because if you keep trying to put paint and paint and paint, it very quickly looks very weird, very bad. Even this already has some texture in it. There shouldn't be texture on when the paint is clean or the paint job is clean. But sometimes you just can't avoid it, you know? I wonder if I should put like bright eyes inside the skull, because the skull is like, there is like a mystical element to it. I'm thinking. I think it's fine. I think it's better if it's just like that. It looks good. So let's do first the paint of the skin, and then let's think about doing a highlight on the skull. Because right now the skull is looking okay, but it's flat, and I want to give it like a couple of highlights, especially because there is like a light source from the top, like something is hitting the top side of the head, just like something is hitting the top side of this head down there. So I want to do some highlights on the wall itself. Now let's do skin. We're going dark, and then we're going a little bit lighter than that. Now for the skin is gonna be tricky because we are trying to keep we're trying to keep that pre-existing shading. That's gonna be tricky. Nilog! How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Let's do the skin of this guy. Now for that I'm gonna use this, which is called Katachan Flesh, which is a brown, a light brown, and we're going to use this as the base, and then we're gonna do darker and a little bit lighter. So take a bit of that here. I'm gonna put to my palette side. We're not gonna need that much, hopefully. We are going to clean the brush. What are you doing, Elog? Oh, you've been lurking for a bit. Nice. So, did you manage to see a few of the other minis that we are also including in the paint, like like the Highwayman? Look at this. This looks like a straight out of Sin City, isn't it? I'm also excited about the Crusader. We haven't really done much of the Crusader. We're gonna do more work on it later. But right now, this is the one that we are very close to finish. We're just gonna do the skin. For that, we're gonna make a very thin layer of this skin. And I want a thin layer because we're gonna try to keep the shading that I did with the airbrush. So let's see how that works. It's a super thin down version of the Katachan flesh color that I showed earlier, sorry. And perhaps we're gonna have to do 3-4 layers just for it to look saturated enough, but it's good. I prefer that rather than having too much pigment all at once. I'm trying very hard not to touch the beard because the beard is already glorious. We might paint it gray rather than leaving it white. Okay, now it has some color. How does it look? Has a little bit of color. It's more. I'm gonna do a second layer now. While we're doing that, let's paint the hands. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna paint the hands, and then we're gonna do a second layer in the face, just to ensure that there is that brownish color in it. And then we are going to do probably a highlight in the face as well. Let's see. Now hands. The hands for sure are gonna have to be made lighter. They are already lighter because the natural shading that we did with the airbrush. But let's see how they look once they already get one layer of paint. By the way, Nilo, do you like Darkest Dungeon, by the way? Have you played it or do you like it? For me, Darkest Dungeon is one of those games that every certain time you go back to it, you enjoy it, you suffer it, and then you run out of time to play. And then something happens and you forget that you were playing it. You haven't played it. It's a really special game, really special one. I will highly recommend you to play the first one. You will understand maybe why I say that. Wait, did you paint all of that one there by yourself? What do you mean? Like the character or like the entire miniature? But yeah, like these are from a board game of the video game. Yeah. So right now, so this is how they started. They started in a light color. What I did is I took them and I painted them all black, and then I simulated light with the airbrush, so it was all black like this. Then I took the airbrush and I simulated light, directional lightning, so we could get some shadows already generated, and then proceeded to start painting them. Like I've been painting little by little of each in layers, like this guy. Almost done. I need to do a couple of more details there. I also did the scarf of this guy and a little bit of a white detail or gray detail. And this guy, I just really like the color scheme, and I thought that, hey, let's just keep going, and so far it's I think this is going to be the only one that we actually finished during the stream, during this stream at least. This is going to be the first layer of skin. We're gonna do a second layer. The second layer is going to be to try and make it just to have a dark brown layer there, and then we're gonna do a tiny bit lighter version of that, so we can see how we have some highlights in the face, and then maybe darkening the insides of the sleeves. I don't know, and then we're done, I think. Well, yeah, maybe also just repainting the beard. We're done for sure. Let's see how we're doing here. A little bit of water to make it thinner. What I'm doing is I'm making the brownish color that we have, I'm making it thinner, so we can use it as a glaze over the brown that we already have to build this brown color without making it like loose, so making it loose texture, or to have too much texture in the face. Ah, shit. I think I touched a little bit of the beer. We have to repaint the beer, and then mine is not too bad. I don't think we need to repaint the lower part because it's in shadows. So now you can actually see that the skin face brownish, is no longer black. Now while we're here, we're gonna paint the shoes, and the shoes are going to be this brown as well. I'm gonna take the opportunity to paint it once. I've seen people do 40k minis before. They look really good too. Yeah, so uh, being really honest, I got the board game because the minis look really good. I am not a big board like game boards gamer. Yeah, I'm not too much into board games, but I am into painting miniatures. So I got, oh shit, I messed up on the bottom there. I have the Bloodborne board game and the Darkest Dungeon board game. The Darkest Dungeon board game miniatures look amazing. Like the detail in them is really good. And also, it comes with 138 miniatures. 138. Like the main ones are just these ones that you're seeing right now. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 12 heroes, and then a bunch of enemies, like a bunch. Now, I really like how the different golds came up in the clothing of this guy. I really like it. I think the gold and purple combination is a winner one. I still have to do some detailing here. I think I'm gonna do dark purple on the insides of the sleeves just to override those mistakes with the gold. Other than that, let's do a couple of highlights on the face. Let's make the eyes black because they shouldn't be visible at all. And I think that highlights on the skull, highlight on the skull, highlight on the other skull, repainting a little tiny bit, like maybe making the beard grayish, and we're done. I think that we don't need to correct mistakes right now. Looks mostly good. And let's go. Now, because what I have is brown, I already have brown in my palette. I'm going to mix it with a tiny bit of a lighter color, like Racard Flesh. Racard Flesh, which is, so we have this. Yeah, so this is the brown that I already have in the palette. I'm gonna mix it with a tiny bit of this to make it lighter. Why? Because this same color, lighter, is going to make the lighter parts where the light is hitting on the face. Or that's the idea. I'm gonna try to do a little bit of a blend between the dark brown and a slightly lighter brown, and then a slightly lighter brown than that. Let's see if that works out. Actually, I'm gonna use this because this is much more closer to just white. And by doing that, I actually already have a little bit of both here. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of both. I'm gonna take the shafty bone here. Then I'm going to take a little bit of brown, a lot of brown, better said. I'm gonna put it also there. Mix them. And because the brown is really strong, it takes over most of the original lighter color is gone, and now we have a lighter brown, which is mostly still dark, but it's less dark. And it's important that it's not too light, because dark skin doesn't just become white skin with light, right? It just becomes lightly lighter. We're gonna try that. So now that we have this lighter brown, I'm going to thin it down a little bit more using water, so it's a bit transparent, and let's see if that works. Okay, got a little bit of that lighter brown that I had before, and I'm going to paint a lot of the face. I'm going to paint over a lot of the existing, not all of it. I'm going to paint over, oh, too much water. I'm going to paint over face, especially the nose and the cheekbones. Okay. Now that's the layer, the second layer for the face. How does it look? See, should still have most of the darker brown inside on the like in the edges, and then most of the face is now lighter. What? That is already looking pretty good. I almost want to leave it like that. Almost. Hmm. I'm thinking. Because it's already looking good, and I could really mess it up if I go too much, if I go too light. While I'm thinking about that, let's do the highlight on the bone. Now I'm not sure how much you actually can see of the skull detail, because it's a white color and that makes it almost white for you on screen. But it is actually bone color. So I'm going to do a little bit of a similar thing to what I did. I'm going to take the bone color, I'm going to make it a tiny bit lighter, and I'm just going to put it as a glaze, like very thin over the well, not face, but over the skull around the most defining factors, so they pop from the rest of the features or features. Let's see if that works. For that I need a little bit more of Ushapti bone. Well, I have it here already. So that's there, and I'm gonna make it a tiny bit whiter with this white, very vibrant. Let's take a tiny bit of white and mix it in for bone color. Once it's mixed, we have a lighter version of the same color now. We're gonna make it thin with water. And now let's do a second layer on the skull. I'm trying to hit the edges or the things where there is like a change in the shape of the skull. Make it lighter. Also, because there is supposed to be light coming from the top, I'm trying to make the top of the skull lighter as well. And I think was not white enough, like it was not lighter, not different enough to even register. So I'm gonna put a little bit more white in it. And now I can actually see it's whiter. Again, I'm gonna put some more water, thin it down. Here we go again. Right. And lighter layer. And I think that's gonna be it. We don't need to go too extreme with it. It's very subtle. Most people are not even gonna notice. Like even us have a little bit of difficulty not noticing those things. Especially we need to wait until it dries. But I think otherwise we're good. Now about the face, difficult decision. The face is looking already pretty good. I think we're gonna leave it like that. I'm just going to retouch a little bit of the beard, and then I'm gonna paint it. I'm gonna tint it a little bit of with gray instead of just white. I'm going to take a little bit of white. I'm going to take white first to fix a couple of mistakes because I did paint a little bit over the beard. Then we can just paint over the white once it's dried. We can do. I don't have water here. Water. So what I'm doing now is I'm just taking the white and I'm just making it also thin. So I'm trying to make very thin layers so we go slowly and we don't make mistakes. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fix the beard because it has a couple of spots where I messed. Okay, good. All right. I managed to save a little bit of paint that was going like from the mustache. It was already trying to jump into the face. I didn't want that. So wait, are you telling me that all this time that I've been painting, my whole face has been getting into the frame? Damn it. Okay. I think we are done. I really like how the lighter areas really pop over here. The darker areas, like you can see the difference between light and dark clothing. That was the whole purpose of doing the airbrush in the way that I did it. And I'm very happy to see that the experiment worked out just well. Not bad. Now we can do something about the paper. We can make it. We can stain the paper with a little bit, just a tiny little bit of sepia color. This the Black Templar, no. Should have some sepia color somewhere. Yeah, I have some sepia color here. Put a little bit sepia, those scrolls, and then we can say that we finished. Well, we haven't done the base, so the base is another thing. The sepia is also super subtle. It's just about putting a tiny little bit of color in it. Right? Minimal, but you can see that there's some staining in the paper now. All right. Now I was saying that I wanted to paint the beard gray. Let's see, what kind of gray do we have? It needs to be a gentle gray. Grays we have. They actually have a couple of grays. I have these two. I have gray sear. I have. Well, let me just remix this one because it's already separated. And also let me other one. When I say mix, I'm just putting them in the turbo vibrator that I have here in the vortex mixer. Okay, so which one do you like the most for the beard? Like this is a little bit more on the grayish. This is with more on the whitish side, but they are both grays. I think both work. They for you they look kind of the same. Even for me, they are just slightly different. This is just lighter. This is more gray. Hmm. Hmm. Well, it's not just the. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The they look the same to you, but it's not just you. They look pretty much identical for us as well. It's just that this is a tiny bit. I mean, and we can prove it. We can prove that. We can prove it by just putting them like this. And where's my mouse? Oh, so if I just put them here, and I just take a screenshot. Wait, let me do it again. I'm gonna try to take a screenshot and get Photoshop to tell us the difference between the two. I'm gonna take both. I'm gonna put it in Photoshop. You're doing Photoshop. Okay, let's paste it. And I am using the mouse because my keyboard is in another desktop. Edit. Huh? Get on here. I think the Photoshop just kind of panic and it's not working correctly right now. Oh, I see why. I see why. So the color picker was still somewhere in a different monitor. So I'm going to paste this, and now from this much from this I'm going to take the. So you see this goes into the blue spectrum. You can see it on the right side of the screen. This goes into the blue spectrum of gray, and this is also in the blue spectrum of gray, but it goes much higher. So this one goes much towards the white, and this one goes much more towards the. Well, it depends on which part of the shade I am in, but this is on the bluish side, and this more on the grayish side. Both are in the blue range. It's just that one is just whiter than the other, which is great because that means that I can use this as a darker area and this directly as a whiter area for the same color because they are still in the same spectrum, so they will combine very well. But right now, I don't want to combine them. I want to use one or the other, and I'm going to use the whiter one. Ah, yes, I can see one on the right's a tiny bit darker. Yeah, it's only ever slightly darker. We're gonna do the same procedure. I'm going to take just a tiny bit of this paint, this tiny bit, because we're not gonna need too much and I don't like to waste. I'm gonna put it on the palette, and is this like this is a base color? Like base color means that it's thick, and thick paint is difficult because you don't want it to be too thick. because if it's not thin enough, it's going to erase details. We don't want that, and we also don't want it to just be purely gray. We want it to mix a little bit with the original color. So I'm putting water into it to make it thinner, very thin, which is going to make it a little bit transparent. It's the same technique that I've been using for most of the painting today, and it's been working correctly, or it's been working for this character at least. So we're gonna do the same now for the beard. Now I gotta say that this almost looks the same color as the original white that is already there. All right. See how that looks. Maybe need a second layer. Ah, yeah, I can see it's a tiny bit grayish now. Tiny bit. Before it was just a bright white. A tiny bit grayish. Not super noticeable, but it's there. We're gonna do a second layer for that. Right, second layer. What is that? What is that? I see some movement. Kent and I. Thank you very much for the raid, man. I hope you are having a great time all over there. Hey, Sai! Welcome, first of all, for everyone that is just arriving. I hope you're having a great time over there. If you were with Kent and I know you were. My name is René Chiquete, and you can just call me René, or René if you want to do it right. Well, the Spanish way. And we've been painting miniatures, specifically Darkest Dungeon miniatures, and I've been having a blast. What do you think? Sai, how does it look? So this is the color scheme that I came up with. I made a bunch of color schemes for all the different characters that I want to paint. And on the fly, of course, I make changes. I do things here and there. But I'm really liking how this turned out to be. Oh, wait, we're missing something. We're missing that the top of this thing is supposed to be a yellowish. So that means that the entire top part should be baited in yellowish color, and the flame should be there as well. So the flame should be yellowish, orangish, and then there should be a yellowish tint over the top of the wax. So let's do that. That's gonna be very simple. I have this very bright contrast color. We're gonna put like tiny bit, just touch. I'm gonna put just a tiny little bit there. Oh, perfect. It's a really rich, dark yellow. I like it. Right? And now the tip, the fire part, we're going to make it orangey because it's fire, and fire is orange, yellow, and white sometimes, depending on how intense it is. See, let's see. So Nilog, that means that you haven't been here when I've been painting other miniatures. Necoche, por cierto. ¿Cómo andas? ¿Cómo ando por allá, loco? Perdona, hace rato te saludé, pero no te saludé bien. me get. So I'm not gonna waste the opportunity to try and show off the miniatures that I have liked the most from the ones I made, like this guy here. So this is a bit of a conversion. What I did is oh wow, in camera looks so good. I mean, the fire looks really good in camera, but that is because there is a small trick. The paint that I use for the orange and the yellows on the fire is fluorescent paint. So when the light hits it, the way the camera registers is a little bit different than how I see it, but it looks really cool. But anyway, so this did a lot of airbrush like work, and in the dark, when you hit it with like bluish light, you can actually see all the orange part glows. It's really cool. And this is one of the miniatures I like the most. Yo, the 40K. Yeah, I have a bunch of 40K stuff. Like that thing that you see there in the back, that cabinet. It's a 40K cabinet. Let me show you something. So let me just switch to this scene. Oh, not that one. This one. There we go. Oof, so much light. Yeah, well, I mean, I have a lot of light today because I have this camera fixed for recording. Normally, I record videos for anime and stuff like that, but now I have much more light hitting. Even so, I think I did something there because it's way too light. But yeah, anyways, so all that thing in the back, that's 40K. And yeah, I am doing a salamander, mostly salamander army. I am a little bit confused as to why there is so much light in this, because it shouldn't be like that. I don't know, something funky happened there with the. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, I see what happened. Yeah, so you see, I am using capture cards, and I'm thinking that I messed up. I messed with the wrong camera, and that's why the color looks a little bit off. But actually, my entire shirt is a 40K thing. Oh, a Sister of Battles enthusiast, I see. I think the first miniature I ever painted was this one. This was the first miniature I painted on stream, and I'm super proud of it. And then I went and painted this one, and I'm very happy with it. The face is not the best, but it's all right. Okay, now let me. And what you see here, that's the guy from. And that guy is Titus from Space Marine 2. So yeah, I like 40K. All right. Oh wait. Yes. Okay. Can you hear me? To be honest, I never played the game. I only paint. But I want to pay. I want to play. I am getting a bunch of kill teams, so I want to start playing kill team, and I already have enough miniatures, I think, to play the full game. I just don't know how to play it, and I don't like have like friends that actually like 40k. So I have the space, and I have the miniatures, and I have everything. I just need people to play with. But maybe I haven't really been too interested in that. I've been more interested in, well, painting. Like this guy. This guy is my pride. Wait, what's happening here with the light? I think there is something with the light here. It's not working as it's. Huh. Or maybe it's just the camera that is doing some auto adjustment stuff. You can see that the light is not forming. But anyways, as long as you can see what's going on. So this is the one that I like the most. It's the one I put the most effort, I think. It's also the one where I really oh well, I know what's happening. It's just that there was too much light, so it was adjusting. But yeah, this one is the one I like the most. Hey, Kent and I. You didn't have to, but I really appreciate it. So this is called a captain with a relic shield, I believe. It's pretty cool. It's pretty badass. Woo! What do you mean I don't have to? What do you mean I don't have to? I've been sub for 29 months in a row. Okay, yeah, you're right. You have to. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I hope everything is going on all right over there. Oh yeah, you're right. So you can actually play like the Vanguard. No, Vanguard? I don't remember the name of the character that is like the tank, the one with the shield. And you can get that specific shield. It's the last one, I believe. Yeah, Bulwark, yes. And you can get that specific shield, and I think it's the last one. I'm not sure about it. But yeah, I got this just because he looks pretty damn awesome. I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's good on the tabletop or not. He just looks cool. All right, now let me just throw this back over there. And this is the last one I painted a couple of weeks ago. So this one, this is an apothecary. Wait, so is the I see what happened here. So that the camera moved a little bit, like shifted, and because of that, so that even the zoom move out a little bit, and because of that, also the light move a little bit. That's fine. So this is an apothecary. It started pretty simple, and very quick it became a much more difficult job. Yeah, it's kind of like that. So the only difference, I guess, between the Tech Marines and the apothecaries like this is that the Tech Marines are just like they have like the full equipment in the back, right? Like the full thingy with like the saws and more things. And this guy has only like the light version of that. He only and he doesn't have the like the pauldron indicating that they are part of the Mechanicus. Sorry, the Mechanicum. Mechanicus? Adeptus Mechanicus? And the Mechanicum, yeah. So they are not part of the Tech Marines, basically. And also this guy has like tools more suited for extraction and healing of organic material rather than mechanical stuff. But just like they say in, what movie was it? In Furiosa, yeah. In that movie they say there is a guy that is called the organic mechanic. So I guess that's, yeah, like a medic is literally an organic mechanic. Or an apothecary biologist. Yeah, apothecary biologist. I did go a little bit too wild with the light, like the way the light is hitting everything. I did go a little bit strong on it, but because it's fluorescent paint, you hit it with blue light and it's just gonna shine a lot. It's just gonna glow in the dark, actually. All right, enough of showing off or trying to show off. I guess now we only have to do one last thing for this guy, and that is to give him like a little orange tip on the flame, and then we're done. And for that, I think we're gonna use, oh, we can use Wild Rider Red, maybe? Yeah, that sounds about right. It's only going to be just tiny bit. I don't know where I left my brush. Oh, here it is. Going to be almost just like a dot. Yep, that's it. Finish. Took me more than I thought. So it took us 5 hours to do the priming and doing the like the directional lighting for all of the characters, for the 12 characters. We progressed in a few of them, doing a little bit thing of, you know, like we did a parchment on this guy, we did a little bit of a pass of gray, we did the, oh, I love this, the red scarf and gloves on this guy. He looks like character from Sin City. With the idea, of course, is that he's shooting his gun. So of course the light is coming from the front. From the back, just nothing. We also progressed quite a bit on the Plague Doctor. I think we only need to paint the bomb, the glass that he's holding, and maybe the details on the like the threads that he has on his hood, and that's it. Oh well, maybe a little bit of metallic, yeah, and a little bit of shading. So we still have some work to do here. We need to do a second layer of these lines because they are not like the color is not strong enough. We are mostly done with this as well. I really like how it looks. Like we did a couple of mistakes, as you can see. There is some orange in it, sorry, some brown inside the white clothing. All of those things that can be fixed, right? I really like how the directional light does so much. Look at that. Look at how it goes from light to dark. I was very happy with that experiment. I didn't think it was going to work as well as it did. Okay, well, I think that's gonna be it for today, guys. I think we're gonna rest a little bit, eat some pizza, eat some pizza, and maybe we should do a raid. What do you think? I hope you enjoy. I been wanted to just get and paint for a while, and because I've been painting only 40K, I wanted to try something different. I'm very happy that I found this board game at the price that I find it, and also that the miniatures are of such a high quality. Everything that is from Games Workshop is really good, and other games or other board games, they tend to not have the same level of quality, to be honest. I did have to look for a little bit to find good quality. Once again, I bought 2 board games for the miniatures, and I don't regret it. The miniatures in Bloodborne, the Bloodborne game, they are cool, but I gotta say, the monster miniatures are really good, but the character miniatures, they have 4 heroes or 4 hunters, they're not as good. They kind of lack detail. It seems like they didn't make those miniatures thinking that people will want to paint them, which is strange because the monsters are super detailed and those are gonna look really cool when they're painted. But you know, that's fine. Not a problem, not a huge deal. Especially because the Bloodborne game is much cheaper than the Darkest Dungeon one. But anyways, I guess that we should search for someone to raid. What do you think? And look, just to give you an example of how much work we did today, these are all the paints that we used today. We use all of this, use these ones. We use all of the paints that are here. And it's just that little by little, one by one, suddenly it's been 5 hours. Quite incredible if I say so myself. I didn't think we were going to be painting for that long. It was not my plan. Even my voice is starting to go by now. So I guess, yeah, it's a good time to go. I hope you have fun, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. And now, who are we gonna raid? Do you have any names? Do you have anyone that is online? While you're doing that, I'm gonna move to the other side of the stream. See, all right, not bad, not bad. Oh, you can really see the changes in the fire. I'm very happy with this one. All right, now I'm actually moving to the other side. Okay, so let's see. Turn off. Turn on. And camera, where are you? The camera decided to go on vacation now. Now, what I'm going to do is to search for someone from my people. And let's see, we got someone. Okay, yeah, now it looks like it's supposed to look. A little bit more contrast. The blacks look more black. Now that like the colors look more lively. My hair looks like I need to cut it off. Like I need to go to to a barber because I do need to go now. Well, I have to go to the barber, not now. It's 11 p.m. not now. Well, this is a different camera. This camera worked for like 2 minutes. The other camera is still there. All right, let's see. Twitch, who is around? How many are we, by the way?
All right, let's see.
Oh, how many are we? 9 people, more than excellent. Let's go and visit someone. We have, who do we have around? Let's see. Let's go with Evelyn. Great content creator, super cool girl. She speaks English and Spanish all the time as well on her stream. She is Chinese, but she is from the US and she learned Spanish. So she has a dual stream all the time going in English and Spanish. She's really cool. So, and also she's just a nice person. So let's go there. There we go. Thank you very much to everyone that was around today. I really appreciate the commentary, everyone helping me decide. Next week, I don't think tomorrow I'm gonna stream, but maybe I will, I don't know. But next time that we stream, we're gonna continue with another one of the figures. I'm gonna try to focus on one miniature at a time, so at least we can progress more, because if we spread the work around all of them, it feels like we're never gonna finish. So yeah, have fun, and let's go.